I'd like to call this meeting of the Coventry Town Council to order at 6:31 p.m. Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Here.
Councilmember Shockley is absent. Councilmember Pasqua.
Here.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Here.
President Lima.
Here. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. In the event of an emergency here in council chambers, members of the public can exit out either door number 1 or door number 2 to the front lawn of Town Hall or the back parking lot. Meeting minutes from prior meetings. Madam Clerk, have draft versions of these minutes been filed?
Yes,
May I have a motion to approve the minutes as a block?
I'll make the motion. Second.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasco. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
yes,
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Can I hear a motion to approve the minutes as a block?
I'll make the motion. Second.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion? Councilor Ludwig.
I had two friendly amendments that I didn't get time to email to the clerk. On the 28th of March, it's line 216. It's page 11 of our packets. You just have to remove Vice President. And then in the minutes for the 25th of April, it's line 296, and it's on page 26 of our packet. I think it's supposed to say who. It says how right now. I think it's supposed to be WHO. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, did you receive any additional amendments?
just the few that you had sent over and they've been corrected.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving on to public acknowledgements and commendations. Item A, Pride Month proclamation. Earlier this evening, we raised the Pride flag at Town Hall for the month of June. It's the second annual time that we've done this. Last year was the first time. I'll now read the proclamation for Pride Month. Whereas all are welcome in the town of Coventry to live, work, and play, and every family deserves a place to call home where they are safe, happy, accepted, and supported. And whereas the town of Coventry denounces prejudice and discrimination based on age, gender identity, gender expression, race, religion, marital or familial status, national origin, immigration status, sexual orientation, or physical attributes as an affront to our fundamental principles. And whereas Pride Month began in June of 1969 on the 1-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising in New York City after LGBTQ+ and allied friends rose and fought against the constant police harassment and discriminatory laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. And whereas throughout much of the history of the United States, same-sex relationships were criminalized in many states, and many LGBTQ+ people in the United States were forced to hide their LGBTQ+ identities while living in secrecy and fear, including under previous policies such as Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And whereas LGBTQ+ people in the United States face disparities in employment, healthcare, education, housing, and many other areas central to the pursuit of happiness in the United States. And whereas it is imperative that young people in our community, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression, feel valued, safe, empowered, and supported by their community. And whereas despite being marginalized, LGBTQ+ people continue to celebrate authenticity, acceptance, and love. Now therefore be it resolved that the Coventry Town Council of the Town of Coventry hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as Pride Month and urge residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQ+ community and to actively promote the principles of equality, liberty, and justice in the Town of Coventry. In witness whereof, I fear to set my hand and cause the seal of the Town of Coventry be affixed this 13th day of June 2023. I think this is really important still to do this again this year. While it may seem like a lot of progress has been made in diversity, equity, inclusion over the course of our nation's history up until now, we still have a lot of work to go. And I found that evident from speaking with youth and students in our community here in Coventry, that we still do have a long way to go for people to feel like they can be themselves, free from discrimination. Members of the council, any discussion on this? Thank you. Moving on to public hearings and public comment on docketed items. Are there any members of the public here with public comment on docketed items on the agenda this evening? Here in council chambers. Any members on Zoom? Public comment on docketed items. Public comment going once, going twice, 3 times. Public comments now closed. Moving on to licenses. Item A, new mobile food establishment license, Frisky Fries LLC. Randy D'Antuono, yearly license. Do I have a motion to approve the license?
I'll make the motion.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc,
Second.
second from Councilmember Pascoe. Discussion. Is there a representative from Frisky Fries here this evening? Present on Zoom? I think we have a hand up.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, good evening. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sherry Tripp. I'm from Frisky Fries. The address is 751 Hartford Avenue in Johnson, Rhode Island.
And can you just talk a little bit about your license? Are you anticipating participating in an event in Coventry?
Yes, we will be participating in the 24th town 4th of July celebration.
Excellent. Discussion from members of the council? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Madam President, I often don't do this, but for those of you who like the taste of New York system hot wieners, Frisky Fries makes up one of their fries like hot wieners. They're really quite good.
Thank you very much for logging on this evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on to item B, application for new victualling license, Flat River General LLC, 2246 Flat River Road, Coventry, Keith Galloway, as per Rhode Island General Law 5-24-1. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc, second from Councilman Pascoe. Discussion. Is there a representative here from Flat River General this evening? Welcome. Just state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Julia Cretion of Inman and Torgy, 1500 Newsnack Hill Road in Coventry. So this is for Flat River General at 2246 Flat River Road. It was, I believe, the old Skip's Creamery is what it was.
Countryside Cafe.
Yeah.
Thank you for explaining it in Rhode Island terms.
Grew up on Johnson's Pond, so had to. They are looking to do deli sandwiches in another ice cream store with hard ice cream only. In your packets, I believe we submitted the menu. There should be the applications. They do have the temporary license from Department of Health, which is the approval that was signed by Ms. Ma. That is, according to DOH, the temporary license because it takes 30 to 60 days for DOH to generate and issue the formal license. What you have is already posted. And it's my understanding Kevin McCann should have sent over the state fire marshal report directly to the town because we don't have a copy of it. But the 3 things he did highlight have already been remedied. So the fan's already down, the battery and the exit sign in the employee bathroom is already changed, and the sticker on the fire alarm box is already there.
Great. Questions from members of the council? Councilor Ludwig.
What are the hours of operation going to be?
Should be here. I do have Keith here. Do you have the-
Yeah, thank you. Currently looking at hours of operation starting at 6 a.m. in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, Monday through Friday, and then 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, Saturday.
Further discussion from members of the council? Thank you very much. Hearing no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Item C, application for 60-day hawker license, American Promotional Events, doing business as TNT Fireworks to be located at 650 Center of New England Boulevard, June 20th, 2023 to July 5th, 2023, as per Coventry Code 183-4. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion. Second.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc, second from Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. Is there representative here on Zoom? Okay, discussion from members of the council? Councilman Pasqua.
So on this application that I just looked at, I don't see anything stating that they had contact with the fire district and had clearance of the fire marshal and are meeting all their requirements.
Madam Clerk, do we know if they submitted anything to that effect?
The application has valid Rhode Island retail sales permit. I believe that they have. Both of these have gone before the fire marshal. I can double check.
Tonight? Do you have, are you able to check if we have the record?
I can, it would take me a little time. I can go and do that.
Just because we don't meet again as a council till after he wants to start
Right,
this license, so,
I can grab it.
let me see.
I only ask because this has come up in the past. So I've been told that, we don't have that information because they're separate entities. So
Why don't we do this? I can seek a motion to move this down in the agenda, and while we're going into executive session, maybe you could go and take a look then.
Yep.
All right. Is the appropriate, what's the appropriate term? Just- All right, we're gonna come back to item C then. Do I have to do anything with the motion we got? No? Okay. Okay. Item D, application for Class F liquor license, St. Vincent de Paul, 6 St. Vincent de Paul Street, Coventry Parish Picnic, June 24th, 2023, 6 to 9 PM as per Rhode Island General Law 3-7-14. It's on page 76 in our packets. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc,
second,
second from Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. Do we have anyone here from St. Vincent de Paul? Just come forward, state your name and address for the record, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, we, for,
Just your name and address if you could.
please,
Just state your name and address for the record.
Roger Garan. The same, I represent St. Vincent de Paul. We're gonna have, as you know, the 6 to 9, we're looking for liquor license for that time, it'll be about 125 people. The hall holds 230 people, so.
Questions from members of the council? Councilman Pasquat, do you have the same concern here?
Contingent upon fire marshal.
yeah, I can reach out to them too during, I can find some time tonight to get that before us. We really need to make sure that they've gone through that channel. It's just as important and they meet those requirements before we issue anything.
Madam Clerk, do you have any recollection on this one if they've gone through fire?
For the parish picnic?
For the liquor license.
The liquor
I believe
license?
All they would need is a fire detail. I think that's it. So I can confirm pretty quickly if they have that. Did you get a fire detail? Do you know if you've gone through that process?
Oh, we can get one, yes.
Okay, interesting. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if they did this or not yet.
Are we
can-
we're supposed to require that they go through fire, aren't we? Yeah. This is next weekend.
If we can hold this, I can step out and get this information pretty
You-
quickly.
If I may, you can grant it contingent upon the provision of a fire detail, but the clerk would hold the license until proof that a fire detail is going to be there. That way the council can act on it, but the clerk can hold the issuance of the license until they demonstrate proof of the presence of a detail for that evening.
I think that would be the way to go.
So do I hear an amendment to the motion?
I'll make the amendment to the motion to hold the license contingent upon a fire detail if required by the state fire marshal, well, the AHJ fire marshal.
I have a
I'll second
motion,
it.
second by Vice President LeBlanc. Discussion on the amendment. Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
we're now back to the motion as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
all right. So
So, the license does not get issued. It's without the, fire marshal.
correct.
Clearance of the fire.
Yeah, before,
The, we hold functions there for the St. Vincent de Paul Society, so I'm sure, you know, they wouldn't let us do that unless.
You're likely right. I know in the past that, you're likely right. I know in the past that they've had details and they've gone through the fire marshal's office, but I think it's important that we do our due diligence here and see that that has been done, because we generally check with the police department and we go through those stages when we issue licenses. So it is an important aspect to.
Oh, I
issuing a
understand
license.
that. I
Yeah,
understand.
so
But my point is, every Saturday, we have St. Vincent de Paul Society who cook there, and we have a lot of people that come in there.
Gotcha.
So I'm sure the fire marshals have already checked the facility
Right.
to make sure that it's a safe facility.
very likely. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, so what you're saying then, are you going to inform us that when this gets approved, or do I have to read?
it's
come-
this, it's the same procedure that we normally follow, where we'll get once we get the fire inspection back,
Okay,
we'll issue.
you'll
you the
notify
license,
us?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
that's good.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
okay.
Appreciate you coming tonight.
Thank you.
Can we go back to, C?
Oh, did you find it?
Yeah, so, the fire inspection happens after the tent is put up. That's when the fire inspection happens.
Yep.
Okay. So we had a motion on the table for that one. Do I hear an amendment for item C?
I'll make the amendment to issue the license pending a successful fire inspection after the tent is erected.
I'll second.
Motion by Council Pascal, second by Vice President LeBlanc. Discussion on the amendment. Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
we're now back to the motion as amended. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Item E, application for fireworks license on July 4th by Johnson's Pond Civic Association. John Giusti, to be located at 3 Osprey Drive, July 4th, 2023, 9:30 PM. Rain date July 5th, 2023, as per Coventry Code 169-5G. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilman Pasqua. Discussion? Do we have a representative here from the association? Hi, sorry, sir. Never met you before. Who are you?
Good evening. Mark Lemoy, 34 Island Drive, President Johnson Pond Civic Association. We plan on putting on the same show, size, caliber, same time that we have for the past 35 years. I don't have anything to add to that.
Thank you for being here. Any questions, discussion from members of the council? Councilman Pasqua?
I do know in this situation, they have been in contact with the Central Coventry Fire District, and this is good on that side.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
thanks, Mark. Item F, application for fireworks license on June 25th by Pyrotechnico Fireworks Incorporated, Gary, Brazil, to be located at 40 Reservoir Road, June 25th, 2023, 9 PM to 9:30 PM as per Coventry Code 169-5G. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc, second from Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. Anyone representing this license here this evening?
I am.
Oh, hi, just state your name and address for the record, please.
This is Matt Shea with Pyrotechnico Fireworks, out of Jaffrey, New Hampshire.
And I'm making the assumption this is for the town's event fireworks on the Sunday, the 25th?
Yes, it is.
All right, great.
We've applied for the permit through the local fire district and have met and looked at the fireworks site, and everything works for what we plan on doing.
Okay, excellent. Any questions, discussion from members of the council? Thank you very much for coming this evening. If there's no further discussion, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving on to item 5, election and or appointment of town officials. Item A, town manager appointments, Conservation Commission, Miles Provost, Manager Perillo.
Yes, Miles Provost here. Just come to the podium. So I'm putting Miles forward for the Conservation Commission. He's currently pursuing his environmental science degree at URI, and I believe he'd be a great asset to the Conservation Commission.
Before we get to discussion, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc, second from Councilman Pasqua. Discussion? Sorry, motion to appoint or approve the town manager's appointment.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion and second. Mr. Provost, did you just want to talk a little bit about yourself? Just state your name and address for the
There you
record.
go. My name is Miles Provost. I live on 60 Benoit Street, up over right down the road in Coventry. We moved here about 4 years ago, like right before the pandemic, and ever since then I've been pretty active in the environmental condition of Coventry. I've done trash pickups. I've been pursuing my degree at URI, and I would love to be part of the Conservation Commission and make a real difference here.
Excellent. Any questions, discussion from members of the council? Thank you so much for coming tonight. Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
congratulations. I assume Mr. Provost will be put in touch with the chair of the commission. and planning
Yes.
board. Okay. Moving on to 6, report of the town manager. Take it away, Mr. Perillo.
Okay, just first want to update the council on the sewer line issue. We did post something on the website today advising everyone as to where we're at. So I signed a contract today with Inland Waters for an emergency expenditure of $14,382 to jet the sewer lines in town, starting from Arbor Road off Hopkins Hill through Ramblewood, down Tioga, east to Sandy Bottom Pump Station. This is going to start Thursday morning and will hopefully be complete by next Friday, the 23rd. We did receive 2 other bids for the same job, approximately around the same price, between $13,000 and $15,000. But the other 2 companies could not start for 2 weeks, and we did not want this issue to continue. So we have engaged them, and they will be here Thursday morning. I got to give credit to Joe Levesque, our engineer. He's been on top of this from day one, meeting with all the players involved. Also want to thank Bob Rose from West Warwick. He's their pre-treatment coordinator. He's really been trying to track down the origin of this sediment plaque issue, whatever you want to call it. Trying to find out its origins. It's still a work in progress. They've been to Amgen location. They've talked to people and commercial businesses along the route to make sure that they're in compliance with all their grease trap cleanings and all of that. They've really gone above and beyond. So they've asked Amgen to up the, what's it called, bioxide, which contains the odor in the sewer line. So originally, Amgen puts 30 gallons a day in. Last week, Bob asked them to up that to 60 gallons a day. And today he asked them to up it to 100 gallons a day, just to keep that odor under control. He's also made arrangements to clean out the West Warwick pump station. That's in the West Warwick owns it, but it's actually in West Greenwich between the U-Haul it and G-Tech. So they're working on that. Our contractor, Weston and Sampson, took a sample of the substance in the pipe and is sending that off to be tested to find out what it is. It's seemed to be some kind of grease-like mixture that's adhered itself to the sides of the open pipe. Again, don't know the origin of it. What doesn't help is we have no maintenance records whatsoever that we've ever cleaned those lines. So that's a secondary issue that we hope to go forward with, utilizing Director McGee's truck that we purchased a couple of years ago, going forward. The money that we appropriated today is going to come out of the sewer enterprise fund, and any additional things that we do need will come from the same funding source. We see this as a step one. Step two is going to be to actually clean out the Sandy Bottom pump station, along with the line that runs from Sandy Bottom pump into West Warwick, because we have gotten reports of odors coming from that line as well. So that'll be phase two that we're going to get some quotes on once this first phase is complete. So that kind of sums up that issue. If there's any questions I can address.
Councilor Ludwig.
So I know we had a previous contract, I believe with Weston and Sampson, to be providing some of these types of services. So is it that we can't find whether they actually did it or whether it was a part of that contract?
I don't know the details of the contract with Weston and Sampson. I don't know if their contract includes actually jet pressuring the lines. I don't know if that's one of the details of their contract with the town. I don't believe it is, but I could double check on that.
So I have a really big binder of all the stuff that they, I think, should have been doing. I was peeking through to see whether this was part of it, because, and please forgive me, the gentleman who was an engineer for the town, I'm so sorry, he retired approximately 2020, 2021, who was familiar with the contract. There was a big book in his office that had all this stuff in it. And I have a copy of all that. So
I can check with Joe. Joe must have it, I'm assuming.
yeah, so I think that exists somewhere. And I'm going to try and look through my copy of that big book to see if it says it somewhere. I just remember when I went through that a couple of years ago, it talked about all the things that Weston and Sampson should have been doing. And it also listed, they were also getting, for example, I think it was monthly flow rates that they were monitoring, different things that Weston and Sampson was doing. So I'll take a look through my notes, but I'm pretty sure something exists because I've seen it when I was in the sewer subcommittee several years ago, that outlines all these things that they should have been doing, because I asked similar questions.
Okay.
So I'll see if it's anywhere in my binder, but if not, I just remember it being in the engineer's office. I think his name was Bob Joyle. Yes. Okay. I'm so sorry. I forgot the name, but I know he had a lot of those types of documents, so it might be worth peeking around the office.
That's a really fair point, because if that's in their scope, then if they were doing it regularly, then they should have noticed the buildup way ahead of time or before it even got to this point. And if that's not in their scope, I'd love a refresher on what actually we're paying them for.
Yeah, and I think part of the reason we're moving forward with that second person in engineering is to kind of get away from Weston and Sampson's duties and responsibilities and bring them in-house. So we have more control over it. cost certainty and more responsibility on us as opposed to a private contractor.
Any other discussion from members of the council on that item? Item B, update on sanitation rental.
So I notified the council, well, I think it was about 10 days ago, that we needed to rent a sanitation truck for $10,300 for approximately 4 weeks to help alleviate the backlog that we're experiencing. We've had 4 to 5 trucks down on average over the last 4 to 5 weeks. So in talking to Director McGee, he felt that in order to keep up, he needed this extra resource again for this short window in order to maintain trash collection along with yard waste pickup. So that's what we're doing in the meantime. It actually arrived today, so we'll help alleviate. We also did get 2 trucks back that were under repair. So we are moving in the right direction. Big question for the council going forward is, what does the future of sanitation look like in the town? So it's definitely a discussion we have to have. We know what our costs are, our labor costs, our equipment costs, our truck costs. We have all those numbers. What we don't know is what an outside contractor would charge us to take this contract on. So I know Director McGee is just finishing up. I believe he just finished up the sanitation IFB. We forwarded it to Mr. Angell for review. We want to get that out. This way we can compare apples to apples and see if it's even worth looking at changing that whole process over.
Discussion from members of the council. Council Ludwig.
Thank you for that update, Manager Perillo. I know that in the past several years, we have shown the public the breakdown in the current costs in each budget the last few times to show what does it actually cost to have your trash picked up. And the emphasis seemed to be on it's cheaper for us to do it. And at this point, residents, at least in District 2, I'm sure several other people may be experiencing this. It's about the quality and not that it's cheaper. There's glass in the streets. I have people contacting me every week. I'm in weekly communication with DPW saying, recycle truck's going to take another day or two. So I think the quality angle is really important at this point. The second piece is long-term. How do we budget for and look at these large capital expenses, or should we even be doing that? So as part of I think you called it an IFB, is a part of that asking about, additional fees or anything that they take on to do the future of the private fleet? Is that all encompassed in that?
I think we could include it and make it all encompassing. I think it can be whatever we design it to be. We want as much information as possible, I think, in order to make this change. And the kind of time constraint we're dealing with also is, if we are going to stay in-house, Director McGee has told us that we need to start leasing additional sanitation trucks. Those trucks are right now 16 to 18 months out. So even if we make a decision tomorrow that we're staying in-house, there's no help on the way coming soon. So the sooner that decision can happen, the better. Because again, if we are going to stay in-house, we need to decide on a lease. We're looking at leases now for 2 trucks ranging anywhere from $140,000 to $200,000 a year for the next 5 to 7 years. That's the cost of these trucks. Supplement what we already have on top of the loan, on top of the bond we're still paying on the original 9 trucks. So I think as much information as we can get going forward to make this decision is very prudent. I agree.
I'd also like to hear about what the tough decisions are going to be. So what I mean is, are we going to have to make a decision to stop recycling pickup in favor of picking up garbage, something like that? So you can ask Director McGee to just maybe think of a few ideas.
He's here if you want to ask him.
Come on up. We don't need to have a philosophical debate
Yeah, I think we
tonight.
need to have like a reserved discussion for it, but I think it's a fair question.
Yeah, if you can think about that for the IFB that you're putting together, I think that'll be helpful, because I think we need our residents to understand what are the big decisions they're going to have to make versus, say, cost and quality and that type of thing. Thank you.
Any further discussion from members of the council? I tend to agree with the sentiment of, I think I'd be willing to pay a little bit more than what we pay now for consistent service. I do think we've been told by past administrations or staff, no, it's definitely much better to keep it in-house, and that may, or cheaper to keep it, and that may be true, but I think
If I can, we're now debating a different issue other than the rental of a sanitation truck. And for open meetings purposes, I think we should stick to the topic of
that's fair.
renting a sanitation truck.
That's fair. But to the effect of the rental, I do think we need to consider that much sooner rather than later. All biases aside of what would be best. C, update on Johnson Boulevard project. I believe there's a memo.
So I
on
left
the
a memo at each one of your places regarding Johnson Boulevard. So this has been an ongoing infrastructure issue. Director McGee and Engineer Levesque have identified it as the #1 infrastructure priority that we have that needs to be addressed. The plan originally was to utilize some funds that we currently have at the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank to seed this project. This is a shovel-ready project. All the engineering's been done. Everything's ready to go. We do need to send out an IFB, sorry, to update the costs. The original cost is approximately between 800,000 and 900,000. I don't know if that's still a relevant number or not. However, the funding we did have at the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank was dependent on this project being included on the Rhode Island DEM project priority list. We found out 2 weeks ago that they rejected this project for the Rhode Island DEM project priority list because in their wording, it did not address water quality or aquatic habitat restoration. So because of that refusal, we can't go forward utilizing almost half the funds that we had at the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank for this project. So I think going forward, we need to definitely send out the IFB and really think about funding mechanism to get this done, whether it's OPER, whether it's a loan from the infrastructure bank, whatever it might be. It's still on the top of our list that needs to be addressed. Obviously, we all familiar where it's located with the school and all that. And I just wanted to bring it to the council's attention that we're going to need to make a decision on this sooner rather than later.
So when should we expect this back in front of the council, when you have bids?
I think the IFB has to go out. We'll have that number and then they can make a decision.
Discussion from members of the council on this item. Council Ludwig.
I haven't actually been to this. I know the general vicinity, but I haven't actually been to the location. Can you drive by and see pipes sticking out? Is it at that level? It says in the memo, the pipes are coming out.
Yeah, the road is crumbling. The edge of the road is crumbling. The culvert is actually almost collapsing. We have it all coned off and barreled off right now. But I mean, Director McGee can give you more information if you do need it, but it's pretty bad.
Okay.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other discussion on this item? This next one, I had asked for an update on. I don't know if people remember, this was something we approved along with the Trestle Bridge for ARPA funding. Manager Prillo.
Yeah, so I went on a tour with Director McGee today. He showed me what the signs we currently have are and what we're trying to match. So the big holdup was DOT. I guess DOT was really giving us a difficult time in putting the signs where we wanted them. But Director McGee has advised that he has finally got approval from DOT, and we hope to move forward beginning of July, I believe, with the project.
Okay. Discussion from members of the council. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to 7, report of other town officers and officials. Item A, Stephen Angell, Solicitor.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the council. I guess timely enough is the discussion of the new invitation for bid process. I'm glad Ms. Blumenthal is here tonight. She was the guinea pig for the project, so she can give you her thoughts on it. But Knowing that we have any number of things that we need to go out, what's traditionally been termed an RFP, an RFQ, an invitation for bid, pick the language you like. Looking at the documents that we had used in the past, were really not conformant with state law, the code or the charter. And then, of course, there's the requirements that necessarily need to be thought about and embedded into the response package that we want to get back from a bidder. And so we really remade what we do for the town in this area. So, it conforms with state law, the charter, the town code. And so, Raina was kind enough to, she had the most urgent need at the time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Billy Gilman. So, Parks and Rec, we started with the bus transportation services one. Then there's some other services required for the sound and the stage. And of course, we have some things coming up more immediately for Mr. McGee. We now have a process and we now have documents that I'm comfortable will not get us into trouble. If bids are challenged, I did not feel that way before, candidly. So I'm very comfortable with that. It's a fluid process depending upon the goods or the services that you are going out to bid for, right? I mean, you heard tonight, for example, that, the town manager, certainly on an emergency basis, there really was no choice. And, he certainly handled it, the right way, solicit bids and, reasonable price and see who you can get the soonest. The process that we use is really what's called the lowest responsible bidder, and we give preferences to businesses located in Coventry. That's what our charter requires us to do. The town code talks about lowest and best bidder. And then, of course, the state law is a little bit different. The state law trumps anything else. It's just that simple. There is state bidding statutes related to municipalities. We're following that now. And going forward, that's what we'll do. And the goal is really, I appreciate all the work that Ms. Blumenthal and others had done in the past, but every department had their own approach to this. And that's, you just can't have that, or you're going to have bid challenges and lawsuits. And I can tell you, for example, in some of the litigation that I've inherited, particularly in the contracts cases, we have cases where, you had, an RFP or an invitation for bid that went out. And unfortunately, a quote unquote contract was awarded without any written documents being put in place. And that really should never happen. That's just one of the things we're trying to eliminate. Let's eliminate our risk at its point of origin by doing things appropriately and making sure we have the right contractual documents. The other thing is to take the burden off of department heads in terms of what they should be providing to the process. In this particular instance, I'll use Mr. McGee as an example. Nobody knows better than him as a department head what the specifications are relative to this sinkhole. Nobody knows what the specifications are better than Ms. Blumenthal with respect to what she needs for bus transportation services. And those are the kinds of things that are worked up with department heads in the administration. They provide that piece, and then we homogenize the whole thing. It takes the overall burden off of them. We talk it through, we provide some dates. I've talked to the town manager, and we're going to do a meeting with the department heads to explain the process and how it's been streamlined for them to make it easy. It's going out for bid in this town has been a bit of a headache imposed upon department heads who quite frankly have a lot of other things to do, obviously. So that's just an update on that I wanted to give you. I didn't know if anybody had any particular questions, but
Members of the council, any questions, discussion on that update?
so hearing none, I move on to the next item, which is the solar lease agreement. There's been a lot of talk about that. I know that the developer has been eager to get before the council to get an actual lease approved. And the last time the council met and the developer was here, there was discussion about the economics of the deal. I have ferreted those out. I will be putting that picture together for you in a memorandum with a recommendation. I've been speaking with the town manager. We'll be bringing this before the council sometime in July for its consideration. But you can expect a memorandum quite shortly on this. I wanted to update you on that without getting into, things perhaps that we shouldn't be speaking about in public. But I did in the memorandum will make that abundantly clear to you. But I wanted to give you an update on that. I didn't know if there were questions.
Questions, discussion on that item? Don't hear any. Councilor Ludwig.
Just a comment. Thank you for your work to prepare. I'm looking forward to seeing this. I know there may be some frustrated parties that were not just approving what was put forward in the past. I'm not going to be comfortable until we see what you have to put through. So thank you.
You're welcome. And if I may, on that point, I know that there's, words are important. As many of us know, we have a deal, we have a contract, we don't. Okay. There was a letter of intent. It's like a marriage proposal. It doesn't mean you're married. It means you have an intention. There's an intention to do something that's been pretty well sketched out here. But the devil is always in the details, isn't it? And that's, the council had some questions, significant questions about the economics of the deal, as well as some other things related to the risk associated with the cap. I've been in touch with GZA. I've been in touch with the consultant who reviewed the economics of the deal at Broad Rock. These are decision makers. These are your people. These are the folks that you hired to give you advice and to pull this together. We've pulled them back in and pulled it together, and we'll have that available to you with their independent thoughts attached to what I provide you. In addition to this, I've been in touch with Attorney Cronin, who represented the developer before zoning in acquiring, and I know Mr. Cronin is here tonight. We've spoken on this. There was a special use permit granted for this by the zoning board. Special use permits have a shelf life, if you don't use them. In this case, the shelf life on that is about to lapse. The project owner has the right to go back before zoning and ask for an extension, if you will. I've talked to Mr. Cronin. I've spoken to Mr. Perillo. I've told him I intend to be supportive of that until the council really makes its final decision. The council has not been sitting on its hands on this. It was not until January 27th of this year that the developer had final approval from DEM to move forward with this project. So there really isn't anything to do up to that point. Now we can move forward. And I don't think it comes as a surprise to anyone else that this council has had any number of other priorities to settle itself on before we move forward with this and to move forward. And I think rightly so, the council has chosen to move forward in a thoughtful way. So thank you for the opportunity to provide you with that thoughtfulness.
Any other questions, comments? All right, and General Assembly state legislation update.
Yeah, so, there really are some item, the legislative process is, as you may be aware, at the State House is not some great mystery. Oftentimes bills are pre-filed before the legislative session. They can be companion bills that get filed. And what that means is you have identical bills filed in the House and the Senate. And oftentimes those bills don't travel in the same form and format, and they change. So what you do to one bill in the Senate, you need to do to the other bill in the House. Otherwise, they don't match and they go nowhere. Sometimes a bill gets introduced in one chamber, but not in the other. It's passed out of one chamber over to the other, considered, and it passes out of that chamber based on approval. That's another method. Bills become law if they're approved in identical form by both chambers, either, you know, because there's companion legislation or one piece of legislation crosses the hall and gets approved. And then it goes to the governor. If the governor vetoes it, well, we all know what happens with that. It goes back for an override. But if the governor doesn't veto it and it just sits on his desk, he has 10 days to sign it. If he doesn't sign it, it passes into law without signature after 10 days. That's how the process works. So generally. And so, of course, in the House and in the Senate, to vet these things, the respective chambers have subcommittees that hear a variety of different types and categories of legislation. And so as a city or town, we can introduce bills much later in the session for consideration than some other items. You know, municipalities get a priority, if you will. And that worked for us this year because, as you know, we've had a lot of things going on. But there are some bills that have been, I'm sure, of interest to folks. One is the School Bond Act. So the School Bond Act that had been drafted and proposed, as you know, was originally for $80 million. So the nomenclature in that bill needed to be changed and put into what's called a sub A, which is essentially an amendment to the original bill. And then that bill is considered. That bill has moved along successfully on both sides. I've been in touch with bond counsel. I've been in touch with legislative counsel. And I will tell you that I've, you know, been in touch frequently, if not daily, with Senator Raptakis and Representative Nuray, who've just couldn't be more helpful in terms of the timeliness of their updates and pointing us in the right direction and making sure that myself and Mr. Perillo have everything that we need. So the Bond Act, no issue. Things are fine. Yep, I believe that's correct. I believe it's been signed by the governor already. So we're all set there. There was a bill that had been introduced in the Senate, S0500, and a companion bill in the House relative to the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management's regulation of docks on bodies of water of a certain size. We had some of those bodies. We have one in particular in our town. So we had an interest in the bill. I had been asked to speak about the bill. As a result of my testimony, I had recommended that certain changes be made to the bill to broaden its appeal. The Senate and the House were both very generous in adopting what I wanted or what I had recommended to do and what I thought should be done. And with that said, of course, you name your own poison. They asked me to draft the sub A, which I did. They got it. I will tell you that again, Representative Nuray and Senator Raptakis could not have been more helpful. This was something that came in the late hours of the session. But unfortunately that bill did not pass. So that's the report on that. Charter amendment ratification. My understanding is that that's being heard in committee tomorrow. There's no opposition. We have companion bills on both sides. That should not be an issue. I'll have a final report on that. Just for the council's edification on that, when there's legislation pending that the town of Coventry views favorably, or perhaps even views negatively, the way the council expresses its will and its opinion is to provide a resolution concerning that piece of legislation to the legislature. You've seen that. We've done that here with instructions to Ms. Amatrano to transmit that appropriately to the state delegation and others. Charter amendments are a little different. And why are they different? Because charter amendments are an expression of the voters' will. The council expresses its will to adopt the charter amendment by voting to put those questions on a ballot. And when they go on a ballot, the electorate votes thumbs up or thumbs down. And then the charter is either changed or it's not. And so legislative council who drafts these things, they're a pool of lawyers, work for the General Assembly. Oftentimes when they don't get a resolution, they say, oh, there's no resolution. The council really has no legal right to give a resolution, because otherwise, if you disagree with the will of the voters, you don't have a pocket veto over the vote of the people. You just don't, on any number of things. So nevertheless, we had been asked to provide a letter signed by council members, which, you know, you all had signed for each chamber. Mr. Perillo was gracious to put that together, and you all responded very quickly to make sure that we had what we needed. In addition to that, and prior to that, I had addressed the delegation. Well, I had specifically addressed Representative Norrie and Senator Raptakis and provided them with a complete package of information that they needed to draft the legislation. I spoke with Chief Legislative Counsel, oh, good God, Tara, what is her last name? No, it's Bergentine or something like that. I can't remember the lady's last name. It's her first year. She was wonderful to work with. You know, so, you know, that I expect no problems with that whatsoever. So that's generally how the process goes. But I know that there was some concern among members of the public. I know there were concern among council members. Hey, how's this going? You know, because obviously we have chosen, or that I should say that the council made a choice for whatever reason to put a ballot question forth with particularity on the terms of school committee members. I have an election coming up, right? So we wanted to make sure that that was done. There's a state statute that requires those terms to be 4 years unless exempted otherwise. And that's exactly what the charter amendment did, right? It changed the term. So we had to make sure that the state law provided us, and we're not the only ones who have 2-year terms. It is a handful of municipalities. But I just want to make the council aware that I have no reason to believe that that won't be viewed favorably. So, you know, that's pro forma at this point. So you can expect that that'll come through.
Any comments, questions on legislative update? All right, thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Angell. Moving on to item B, Kevin McGee, Director of Public Works, Introduction of Road Paving Program, Pave It Forward. I'll just preface this before Mr. McGee comes up. I had kind of teed this up to Manager Perillo, basically saying, you know, we spent all this money on a survey of our roads and sidewalks, let's do something with it. And basically I had given kind of the guardrails of the tenets of, I think we should look out 10 years. I think we should consider how we're going to fund it, which Mr. Perillo can talk about as well, and ways that we can fund it and creatively and ramp up funding for the operation piece of the budget. So instead of just waiting till we come into funds to pave roads. We regularly do it every single year. So what you have and then the other piece was I had said, I know we talked about in the past, how would we choose which roads to pave? I personally believe that we should take an approach of visibility in terms of spending this money when paving roads. So while we might find that the worst roads may all be concentrated in one part of town, I do think it's worth being a little bit more selective about how we do that. Not in a political way, but in using the data that we've been given, and also the use of the roads and how often they're used and how heavily they're traveled. So this is not looking for a vote tonight. This is simply an introduction, and I'm looking for counselor feedback. But I think it's high time we made a plan about infrastructure and taking care of our roads in Coventry. So without further ado, if Mr. McGee wants to come up, or Mr. Perillo, if you want to add anything.
Yes, as Kevin comes up, I'm just gonna kind of give a totality of kind of what the direction was. So I asked Mr. McGee to use that street scan study that was done a couple of years ago over a 10-year period, and then find kind of where we feel comfortable with funding it. So out of the 10 years, we've identified the first 5 years of funding. It's kind of difficult to go out further than that because prices change regarding asphalt and construction and so forth. So what we put together right now is $2.7 million this year, which is broken down to 2.2 ARPA, and the state has an upcoming funding mechanism for paving roads of $500,000. So that's kind of how we see this year working out, meaning fall of 23, spring of 24, getting the roads done that are on the lists that were provided. For next year, $2 million, $1.5 million in streets. Mr. McGee is very insistent that sidewalks be included in this program, not just the street paving, but also sidewalk work. We're looking to use $1 million ARPA and then $1 million budget, either his budget or capital budget or a combination of both. Same thing for year 2025, 1 and 1 million ARPA, 1 million budget. And then for 26 and 27, again, depending on the finances of the town, we like to do $2 million of work for those 2 years coming out of either Mr. McGee's budget or the capital budget. So the breakdown is really for the next 4 years after this is 1.5 million in streets and approximately 500,000 in sidewalks, with those numbers being flexible. But that's, we think, is the amount of work that needs to be done. And I know the study said that we needed 1.7 million per year for the next 10 years. 2.7 per year. So I don't think we're ever going to be able to get to that level. But I think if we keep this consistent, we won't get to the point where we are now. We're not paving a street for 7 years.
What's all said and done, what you're proposing, what's the ARPA expenditure after the ramp up period?
$1 million for 24 and $1 million for 25.
So 2 million ramp up
on top of the 2.25 for this year.
Okay, so 4.5 million.
Yes.
Okay.
Out of the, I think we have 9 left.
Yeah.
Or 8.5, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. McGee, I'll throw it over to you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to hear something coming out of this the council about wanting to move forward, and I applaud you for finally doing this. Before I get started on the actual streets, I just want to give you a little history. The last time we had money that was allocated to infrastructure was in 2014. It was a $10.7 million bond. And I just want to go over quickly what we accomplished with that money back 9 years ago. The major projects included the Hammett Road Culvert Project, Reservoir Road sidewalks and signalization, Island Drive Bridge replacement, Arnold Road reconstruction, townwide crack sealing project, hot in place roadway rehabilitation, townwide asphalt paving, equipment upgrades, and infrastructure maintenance. We were able to do 26 roads repaved in 2015. We accomplished 19 roads in 2016, 22 roads in 2017. And during that time, we did 81 roads with crack sealing. And we did two infrastructure projects for the sidewalks. If the money is allocated we can get the work done for you. But having 9 years from 2014 to today, not having a dollar allocated towards road reconstruction, everything that we're doing, it continues to degrade more and more. So the infrastructure cost, even the 21 study from Streetscape that was dedicated towards starting that in 21, 22. And here we are now, where it's going to be 23, 24 before we start. The roads continue to degrade, and the PCI index that they had for us, the pavement condition index, are not necessarily true today because they've actually degraded more than what we saw. So the sooner we can get this going and can maintain this, it's only going to help us all for not only the infrastructure costs, but also to lessen the safety issue with pedestrians traveling, and also for the damages to vehicles. So for 2023, I did exactly what was talked about. We've separated the money so it's fairly as close to being equal in each of the districts, with the roads that had the highest need, the lowest PCI index. And in District 20, on 2023, District 1, unfortunately, Mr. Pasqua, you've got long roads. So what happens, you get one road and it's $532,000, which had the lowest impact, but that was Sisson Road. District 2, we were able to do 3 roads, Daniel Drive, portion of Chandler Drive, and Calvin Town Road from number 109 to 179. Again, we're trying to put, and that was $547,000. District 3, you only have 2 streets, Hill Street from Black Rock to Arkwright, and then Black Rock Road from Country View to Hill Street. That was $556,000. Now, Mrs. Shockley got a whole bunch of roads done because she's got a lot of short roads, and we were able to get done. I'm sorry, you got 4. I'm sorry, but we got a lot done in 4, as you can see, and that was $529,000 for approximately 12 roads. And again, about 8 roads in District 5, the same thing, and that was $526,000 for a total expenditure of $2.692. Now, this is an estimate only. We have not gone out. We have not received the bids in to do the project. We do have I'm sorry, but we already, before, an RFP is already out.
We'll be working on it.
Yeah, the RFP is already out. It's due to be coming in on the 19th next week, and we'll find out what the dollars are, and we'll be able to go to you for award later on. But we go into 2024, again, the same thing. We have 1 road, Log Bridge Road in District 1. We got 3 roads in District 2, Station Street, Pearl, Charo, Hildan, Nancy Court, Black Rock Road in District 3. We have 4 roads in District 4. And in 5, we have another 6 roads for expenditure of $1.5 million. And at that time in 2024, we will look at putting together a list of sidewalks. And once we continue getting the roads done by district and the sidewalks done by district, that money that would have been left, like District 1 has limited sidewalks. Once we get that, then we would put that money towards the $100,000 would go towards your pavement project. So for your roads, so you wouldn't lose anything. And again, I think you all have this in front of you all the way through 2027. And if you want me to read them all off, I'll be happy to.
No,
Thank you. The projections going forward to 2028 to 2032, I listed the roads, but I could not define what the actual cost is going to be. So how many roads we can do or not do is all depending on what the cost of living is at that point. Just for when last time we did a paving project, which was the Calvin Town and Waterman, it was $67 a ton for asphalt to be applied. An award was just made. The lowest price for an award in Warwick was $110 a ton. So you can see the difference. So much less you can do with the money you have. So I'm hoping that we continue to put the money together, not only while we have the opera, but to make this part of the operating budget, and we have roads done on a continual basis and sidewalks to make everything safer for the town. And this is what, like you indicated before, this is what the survey was done by the townspeople. They wanted the main thing they wanted was infrastructure, and so do I.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Thank you very much for all this work, Mr. McGee. I really believe this is a project that we as a council need to vote on sooner rather than later. I think one of the hangups in the past has been financial statements, budget to actuals. There was a whole slew of reasons why I think they haven't moved forward. I know you had mentioned high visibility, but I still believe each district should get a fair share. And I think I have gotten north of 25 to 30 emails on Hill and Blackrock. And every time I forward them either to past town managers, to the current town manager, it's not in the budget, so we can't do anything about it. And I think we need to change that.
All we can do is.
And we need to try to fix these roads.
And that's what we're trying to look at now, is that in each district, looking at the connector roads more so than just the little cul-de-sacs that go. But yet some of those are in such tough condition, we do have to do those also. So we are trying to keep high visibility as far as being arterial and connector roads, but also doing some of the small areas. So if you're doing 2 or 3 roads in that one little district, like behind Cumberland Farm to Tyoke Avenue, that William Street. So we did 3 or 4 of them. We were able to do the 5th one to get that whole neighborhood completed. So that's getting a portion of it done for your in the district. So
yeah, I don't believe the fair share approach is a political move. I think it's just fair for the town in general. So
Yep. Councilor Ludwig.
I can be in favor of that. I'd like to move quickly as well. We've been talking about this for a long time. I'm in favor of moving something forward as fast as possible to start this fall. The only question that I have in this way is a little bit into President Lima's original question about how the council's feeling. We did the original vendor review of all of the roads. We have all of the data now. On one hand, I want to make sure we use the data to see what are the worst roads. And on the other hand, there's 1 or 2, I know each of us know our districts very well. There's just 1 or 2 locations in town that didn't make the list. So I'll give you an example of just one that surprised me that wasn't further up on the list. There's relatively few roads that you can get from the bottom part of Coventry to the top, or from the left to the right, or the right to the left, that are town-owned roads. So, for example, a lot of people in District 2, for example, will cut through, in order to get to the West Warwick area, you basically have to use Colvin Town to Hunter's Crossing. I think it's Gervais.
Oh, believe me,
Gervais.
I know Gervais.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. But if it's one of the few ways that you can actually get to West Warwick from anywhere that's central or western Coventry. So I was surprised, for example, that combination didn't make it. But I don't know if that's just because it was an individual road versus, say, usage. So
Correct.
Can you comment on that?
Well, Jervis Street goes into District 3's
Yes.
district. So
Yes.
we looked at what, my God, the last thing I want to do is say, I'm going to pave my road and somebody else.
I'm just,
So
okay. I'm
it's
sorry.
in-
Just one
it's in there
example.
for
just
after I
one
retire,
example.
so it
Yeah,
can get done. So, but yeah, it needs to be done. A portion of Hunter's Crossing does need to be done, and you'll see that it's in there. But it's not necessarily, the conditions, the PCI indexes are not low enough to justify, even though they may look, they got a lot of, surface cracks in them. If they're not potholes digging up out of them, then the PCI index doesn't justify it. And we try to do that so that all the 20s and 30s are what we try to concentrate on. So and those are the indexes.
Okay.
If
I
you want
don't,
to add something, I'll be more than happy to talk to you about it.
no,
Okay, but
I don't want to add anymore. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to vote on it and I want to start getting this in place. So it was just a question for tonight. I'm happy to proceed with the suggestions. Let's see what the numbers say as the bids come back.
these may not, this list I gave you, if the numbers come in higher, this is going to.
They will likely come in higher.
We're
So
going to have to par these back. So
that's understandable. Thank you.
Other two questions. One, is this just paving or will crack filling on other roads continue in addition to this? Like, I just want to see how this fits into road
Yeah.
maintenance overall.
once I have a commitment from the council that we're going to investing in roads, I'd like to look at other alternatives. Some of the roads that we could do some alternative methods, the crack sealing, we can get more done. Like I said, we did, 81 roads during the time. And some of the roads that we did back 9 years ago, it's time to do them again because now it's just maybe 20% of those have new cracks that have opened up that we are still preserving. But there's cold in place recycling, there's hot in place recycling. There's surface course that we can put in there with a chip seal with some of the more rural roads. And those are the things that I want to look at. Once I know I have a dollar amount, we may look at trying to expand what we can do with that. And of course, I'll be keeping town manager involved with that decision-making process and you folks.
So you said you're getting bids back the 19th.
Yeah, we're out to bid right now. The bid opening is on the 19th, which is next Monday.
Okay, because we have a meeting on Thursday if the council is really hot on this. I don't know if we have enough time in terms of filing, but keep me posted how we're doing. My next question was to the town manager, maybe solicitor, for something like this where we're making a commitment of funds over 5 years. Does that need to be an ordinance over a resolution? Like, how does that work? No?
So,
Because we're binding the hands of future councils. I mean, there's an election next year. Like, how does that?
well, you have a road, you have a plan, right?
Yep.
Plans like a budget. We plan God Labs. So, and to, Mr. McGee's point, he has an idea in mind what a job may cost, a pavement may cost, and contractors may have a very different idea as to what that will cost. As to the funding mechanism, what I heard here tonight is that the paving in the fall of 23 and the spring of 24, so in this fiscal year, that appropriation will be made from ARPA funds.
And the state municipal.
Entirely.
2.2
plus-
ARPA plus 500 from the state program.
So knowing that that's what you'll receive from the state program, you would appropriate by resolution, as you have in the past, the 2.2 million in ARPA funds for this year. Next year, as I understand it, you're spending approximately the same amount of money overall on the program with no special state money coming in.
Maybe.
And but yet we're going to use 1 million of ARPA in the next budget. That's the plan. So what do you do for the rest? Usually what happens in municipalities is that you have a bond in place that you draw upon, and becomes part of your debt service. Obviously, it's not an expense, a debt expense, until you draw on it and actually start to pay for it. But usually it's based upon the life of the road, and Mr. McGee and others are better suited to determine that than a couple of suits at the end of the table here. But they would tell us, and we certainly don't want to be in a position where we recommend bonding for something that goes beyond its useful life. And that would come back to the council, and so that you're obviously almost a revolving fund of sorts. The other thing, and I know that Mr. Perlo had spoken to me about this, you have a grant writer now. There are, when we have, unfortunately in Coventry, as I understand it from my reading, and town manager and Mr. McGee can correct me, but I think we have the fewest number of actual state roads in Coventry. Is that right?
No.
Or wrong?
Wrong. We have a lot of state roads.
We have a lot of state roads.
Roads you wouldn't even think of, South Main Street, Wood Street, those are all state roads.
So, we'd be looking to the state, for those improvements. And I know that, Mr. Perillo will be on that. But we also have a grant writer now. And if there are some things that we can tie together to sewer projects and some other things, it might be a way to get pavement, quote unquote, out of the deal. So those are things that I'm sure these folks will work up for you. And then, of course, your revolving, bond will, address the rest. We haven't done a lot. I know that we had a meeting with the Rhode Island Infrastructure Bank. We haven't done a lot with them. They're eager to do business with us. Yet again, they have funds available for things like this. So I would say it's a road we can go down, but, I wanted to avoid the pun. But, we can certainly.
Well, so I would say then, I think knowing how quick the council wants to move, maybe we have a resolution ready to go with kind of some blank spaces. That way, when the bids come in, we can slide them in and be ready to go, because I would agree. It's time to move on this.
Also, on Mr. Angel's comment about other grant, now we have a grant writer. We are putting together a package right now for $495,000 for CDBG grant, and that's for about 14 roads in District 3 and District 4, which are in the census tract that would considered low mod based upon the state. So we're going
Great.
after that also if we make it. So.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Mr. McGee, quick question for you. Now that we have a list, or potential list for 2023, have you reached out to Kent County Water to see if they're doing any work on any of these streets by chance? Because we could
Part of what we do,
tag team.
Rhode Island Energy, Chuck with them with the gas company.
Yep.
Whether they're going to do anything, Kent County Water, we do all it beforehand.
Okay,
We do,
because that
we also
potentially
check
would
our
have some
drainage.
savings, I would assume.
Yeah, we
And
check our
match our
drainage
sewer.
also, make sure that the catch basins need to be redone, are done before the paving stuff.
Okay, and then I don't know how much DPW has in impact fees as well.
We have about
I believe it's a
300,000.
couple $100,000, at least could offset some of these costs as well, not just so that we didn't have to just take it out of ARPA.
Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
We already had planned on that, but using like what Mrs. Was earlier talked about earlier, was using some of that money for the crack sealing and items that we weren't going to be budgeting for, actually for roads themselves. So yeah, we have some fair share development fees that we have left over from what we haven't spent yet. And we're still getting them with growth. They're still being added to that, but
Got it.
yeah, we're going to be utilizing, but
Just throwing it out there.
not to take 2.2 out of the fact. We'll just keep that and we'll continue adding more to it. So
Understood.
Councilman Pasqua.
So these roads, they've got to be the worst condition, highest priority. So these are complete tear downs, right? This isn't milling over.
those are
this is-
reclamation.
This is,
Those are the one that you have, this is System Road is under reclamation.
okay.
Just final thoughts in terms of the administration of the program. I had mentioned to the town manager today, I'd like this to have its own landing page on the DPW section of the website with the list every year for which streets are going to be paved. So if we do have constituents reach out about the condition of their road, we can say, you know, this is what the plan is for the next 10 years. They can look there for more information. I think we should consistently update it with the status of where we are. You might say kind of on the website, you know, for a certain street, you know, in progress or due to be complete by, something like that. I even said we could get cute, like the roadworks program. They put up a sign that says when it's due to be complete, especially for these bigger roads, like in Councilman Pasqua's district. I want us to really make a splash with this and show the people what their tax dollars are investing in.
As long as they understand the caveat, it all depends on the cost.
Of course.
You know, so
Yeah.
those list of streets may not happen. Well, how come you pulled mine off? Well, dollar wise, we may have to pull off a road.
Yeah, we have the link for that. I'd like to get that permanently on the website too, the survey that was done. I know it's 2 years old now, but still, that's what this was based on. So,
The survey from Street Scan,
yes,
we can put the link on it. They can actually go there themselves.
Yep.
We got it.
Councilman Pasqua.
So just thinking outside the box towards funding for this. What other cities and towns do? They allocate like for example, ticket money from the police department towards road? Just bonds, yeah. So it's, okay.
And amongst my fellow directors, we're the laughing stock. Because last year we had $80,000 for asphalt and they look at me and say, the biggest town, you get only 80,000. I said, that's just for patch and coal patch. I can't do any roads with that. So we'll fix it.
Solicitor Angell.
There's been a lot of discussion about bonding and your capital budget. I've never seen a municipality that didn't have a road program as part of the annual capital budget. And there's always a quotient of a city or town's debt service that's allocated towards this. I mean, pavement wears out, you know, unfortunately, from what I've learned in this particular process with Coventry is doesn't look like you folks have paved a road in 8 or 9 years. So that puts you behind the 8 ball. So, you know, unfortunately, it's a little bit of a ramp up.
All right. I think we've heard the council loud and clear.
Thank you very much.
I would say if we can get this on the agenda for next Thursday, we should, and not wait any longer. So obviously we want to be responsible and make sure we have the right numbers, but so thank you very much for preparing this, Mr. McGee. Moving on to 8 resolutions of the council. Item A, resolution 2023-31, partnership with Rhode Island Public Transit Authority, RIPTA, to receive 3 handicapped accessible vans for human services. Page 103 in your packet, Manager Perillo.
Yeah, so this was amended The original agreement with RIPTA was they were going to pay 80% for 3 vans. The town was going to pay 20%, which is about $74,000. Mr. Robillard had another conversation with RIPTA, and they have additional CARES money that they have offered to pay for our 20% as well. So this resolution basically is to get 3 free vans from RIPTA. So
Make a motion to approve.
I have a motion. Do I hear a second? Any discussion? Counselor Ludwig?
So it sounds like a big thank you is in order for Director Robillard.
Absolutely.
yes, he did a great job. He's a tough cookie. He just keeps pushing and pushing. The only caveat is I have to get the contract over to Solicitor Angell to review it. There are some stipulations. I guess it has to remain in their name for 5 years. So whatever they want to do, yeah, we'll make it work. Yeah.
Thank you.
For free. Any further discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Pasqua, Vice President LeBlanc,
It's free, yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Item B, resolution 2023-34 to award the purchase of 2 diesel generators for $214,044 to Southworth Milton Cat, 100 Quarry Drive, Milford, Mass. 01757, to award Ventura Fence Company, Inc., P.O. Box 1131, West Warwick, Rhode Island, 02893, for the security fences for $11,000. To award East Bay Power LLC, 43 Lamson Road, Barrington, Rhode Island, 02806, for electrical services for $126,000 on page 104 to 105 in your packet. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Motion from Vice President Blank, second from Councilman Pasqua. Discussion. Manager Perillo?
So this is on the capital budget for this fiscal year, and we wanted to move forward with it. We are going to just encumber the funds into a revolving fund into next year, because obviously it's going to take 6 to 8 months to get this purchased. So we will keep the money in a restricted account just for that. Mr. McGee has highlighted how he's going to pay for it. $275,000 from capital, 65,000 from fair share development fees, and 37,000 from the library. And he has gotten Megan's approval on that. I wanted to make sure that she was in the loop and we just didn't take her money. So she's good with it, and hopefully we'll have it sooner rather than later. That's it.
Vice President LeBlanc?
In regards to the 37 coming out of the library operating budget, 37,000, what were those funds originally? What was their intended use? Because was it for a generator?
Sorry, I do not have the answer for you. I don't know.
Okay.
I know he did. I know Mr. McGee spoke with her. I don't know if that was set aside for that or not.
One of the reasons I reached out to Megan at the library was by having a generator for this building, we will then be able to make the library a cooling and warming center, which we don't have in this area of the town. She has extra money left over that she will lose the state funding for if she doesn't have the expense for it. So she indicated to me that, and I showed her the resolution first. She looked at it, resoundingly said, yes, please, get it done with us so we can have this. Right now, we have no communications in town with the phone system or the computers, because that's all housed here. And without that, town hall has to shut down. We lose power. This will allow them to keep power, and will also allow Public Works to continue moving forward with a generator that will actually use the entire building rather than one light, and the fuel system right now. That's all the one we have from 1930s. It's good for 60 kilowatt.
Did you not call RIPTA first? just
I'll call anybody you want.
Any further discussion or questions on the resolution? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc,
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Item C, resolution 2023-35 to award bus transportation services to Ocean State Transit, 1675 Flat River Road, Coventry for Parks and Recreation programs beginning July 1, 2023 through June 30th, 2024. Do I hear a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Discussion. Hello.
So the hourly rate is a little bit higher than last year, but the mileage is significantly reduced from 250 a mile last year to 50 cents this year. So it's approximately the same as it was this current fiscal year. And we did plan for the increase anyway in our budget.
Any questions, discussion from members of the council? Solicitor Angell.
If I may, I think we had also discussed in the invitation for bid process that probably next year when we go out for this, it'll be for multi-year to save some money, if I'm not mistaken.
The school also uses Ocean State, so maybe we can combine our efforts as well to further reduce costs.
Any further comments, questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua,
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Moving on to item 9A, ordinance 2023-1, first reading of proposed amendments to Town Code Chapter 131, floodplain management to comply with the Federal Emergency Management Agency FEMA directive. This is 107 and to 108 pages in your packet. Manager Perillo.
Yes, REMA reached out to us, Melinda Hopkins from REMA reached out to us, advising us that we needed to update our code regarding the National Flood Insurance Program and FEMA. They're requiring some changes to be made by July 19th, I believe it is. So Maria Broadbent worked with Melinda, and this is the document that we're going to push forward as an ordinance. I know it's just being read tonight. If there are any questions, Maria will be here next meeting, which I think is July 11th, to answer it. Pretty straightforward changes, nothing really in depth, just some new specifications that the National Flood Insurance Program is looking for each city and town to put into their regulations. Yeah, sure.
Solicitor Angell.
So Ms. Broadbent had forwarded the changes to me that were being requested. So essentially, this is the first ordinance we've done together. So I'll walk you through how I think about these things. Your code goes by chapter and section, not to be confused with the sections of the ordinance itself, because if you see section 1, that doesn't show up in your code book. What shows up in your code book is the actual amendment to section 2 of chapter 131. Amendments are underlined so that you see that. And there is some new language as well. For example, in the definitions in section 2 of the ordinance, flood resistant materials was an addition. In section 3 of the ordinance, the underlined sections 12 through 14 were additions to that particular section 6. In much in the same way, in section 8 of the chapter 131, K through L in section 4 of the ordinance. So this is the general structure of what an ordinance should look like. They will be a bit different depending upon the section of the code book. And looking at the code book, we have some laws that read like resolutions, and we've got we have some funkiness in the book, but nevertheless, we'll clean things up as we go along. But Maria did a great job, getting the specifics to me. And, again, this is a learning exercise for department heads and others so that they don't have to reinvent the wheel and write legislation. They'll just get me what they need, to be done. We'll review the current ordinances and we'll produce a document like this for your consideration. But she is in agreement with this. So That much I can tell you. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
And just to emphasize, we're on a pretty strict deadline for this. We've gotten some letters from FEMA saying just a reminder. So we do have to make sure something gets done before that July 19th deadline. Just wanted the council to know. Vice President LeBlanc.
On line 84, it says at the request of the executive. Definition of the executive. Okay, I didn't know if it was like the executive of FEMA. Got it. Thanks.
Any further discussion, questions, members of the council? All right. So no vote this evening on that. We're moving on to 13, public comment for undocketed items. Are there any members of the public here who'd like to make a comment on undocketed items or items that weren't on our agenda this evening? Town Council Chambers. Any members on Zoom? Public comment on undocketed items? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? Public comment is now closed. With that, we'll move on to item 15, executive or closed session items. Members of the council, do I hear a motion to go into executive session for the following? A, executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, litigation involving Social Holdings LLC in the town of Coventry, CA, number KC 2020-0769. B, executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, litigation involving the Center of New England Retail Development, and more particularly Nicholas E. Cambio, trustee at all v. Commerce Park Realty LLC, CA number PM 2013-0350, and Matthew J. McGowan as and only as receiver for Commerce Park Realty LLC at all v. Commerce Park Management LLC, CA number PM 2013-5001. Item C, executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, collective bargaining of the IBPO contract. Item D, executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, collective bargaining of the SRP contract. And item E, executive or closed session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, collective bargaining of the Council 94 contract. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion from Vice President LeBlanc, second from Councilman Pasqua. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig.
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima.
Yes,
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
we'll now go into executive session. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion by Vice President Blank, second by Councilman Pasco. Any discussion? Hearing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua, Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Can I have a vote to seal the minutes of executive session?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Vice President LeBlanc, second by Councilman Pasco. Any discussion? Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Ludwig,
Yes.
Councilmember Pasqua.
Yes.
Vice President LeBlanc.
Yes.
President Lima,
Yes.
4 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, motion passes.
Members of the public, the council met in executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, relitigation involving Social Holdings LLC in the town of Coventry. Executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, relitigation involving the Center of New England Retail Development, and more particularly Nicholas C. Cambio trustee et al. V. Commerce Park Realty LLC et al. And Matthew J. McGowan as and only as receiver for Commerce Park Realty LLC et al. V. Commerce Park Management LLC. And to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, recollective bargaining of the IBPO contract. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, recollective bargaining of the SRP contract. And pursuant to Rhode Island General Law, Section 42-46-5A2, recollective bargaining of the Council 94 contract. A discussion was had, no votes were taken. Can I hear a motion to adjourn
I'll make the motion.
at 10:36 p.m.? Motion by Vice President LeBlanc,
Second.
second by Councilman Pasqua. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Our next meeting